Well, I didn't expect that. It's gonna be a while. That's fun. We get to do something good. Let's start the phone recording a little bit, which is good.
I'm gonna go kiss my partner.
How long is the delay on this? Oh, snap. Hey. I see the animal lover. I see Tim Ross. I see Cody. Hey Megan. Yeah, I was looking at the delay. I'm not sure how long it is. It's down a bit. I wonder, it might just be this thing slightly behind for some reason. Yep, that's it. I think the delay is about 15 seconds. Isabella. It's we're just chilling here right now, so how's everybody doing so far? How are your weeks? Still highly disappointed. I couldn't get my speaks over to this news, and I'm kind of upset about it. Long. Yep. Yep, I feel that. Oh man. Yeah, my partner is resting right now. I'm just trying not to disturb them. See, was Kelsey conflicted about her and Stacks being fire and ice because she never liked someone before? And it was obvious to others? Probably. I'm gonna be dead real about it. But honestly, it's a little bit of wish fulfillment. Hey, oh, hi there, Hill, and that sounds great, Megan. Oh, jeez, I actually was thinking about my own grandma the other day. I hope you had fun. But also about Kelsey and Stacks, I've been thinking about that recently, and a lot of people still say it came out of nowhere, which I don't know how. Look, if you saw all the episodes together, I know one person who told me that they figured she probably had a crush on Wilderness, which, yeah, that makes sense, because the first time she saw Wilderness, she definitely felt something. The look on her face said it all, but Stacks is her girl. Stacks is the one that she introduced to JP and Craig. So I feel yeah, it was pretty obvious, especially when you see their interactions. You're watching from a VR headset? What all can you see? Is it curved or Heroes, yeah. Oh. See, I just realized that I can't die thanks to me living after my bicycle. I'm getting my bicycle. Why, Tim? Why? Shit. Do I play Pokemon Go? Where's my phone? Where's my phone? There it is. Where is my... Don't get me started. I actually haven't opened this thing up in a minute. I need to. Shoot. Also, I do love this loading screen. This loading screen is dope. Let's see, who's my favorite Craig of the Creek character? Shoot. like the main stump trio, I love them. Craig is definitely my favorite out of the three. If I had to go with outside of them, I mean, Jessica is adorable. I love her to death. But I also like Omar and Maya. Like, Omar obviously has that comic book kids next door energy, but Maya, like, she's like the Zuko of this show. I love it. I love it. Bro, is that Tyrant? Is that Tyrant? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of crazy shit over here. Also, I haven't played this game since I moved to where I live now. I just realized. Is that church up my street a Pokemon? Oh no. Luckily, the salon. Huh. Cool. I'm gonna go put something in that gym later. Let's see. Is he reacting to anything new? Let's see. Baymax. I definitely am. I actually definitely am considering Dangers and Eggs. That show just looks very cute. And I've watched all of Dead End Paranormal Park. Man, that show. I hope they get a season 2. They better get a season 2. I'm tired of Netflix canceling all their good stuff. Hold on. Right there. But for real, I'm getting real tired of Netflix canceling all of this. Like, all of its real good stuff. I'm still mad that they not only canceled Q-Force, but they canceled it, like, at the end of Pride Month. Like, what? That felt so disrespectful. I'm still mad about that. So, and with all the BS I keep seeing when people keep trying to talk about Dead End online, it's like most of these people aren't even watching the show. I don't know why it lives so rent free in their heads. Like if it's not your thing, then don't watch it. But why are you dedicating time to like hate watching? Hate watching is dumb to me. I'm sorry. I don't get it. Wow, bro. So, fun fact, Courtney was confirmed to have no gender. Actually, I think I heard about that. Yeah, I did hear about that. I'm gonna turn this thing up. Try to see how it sounds now. Sorry about the noise. But Netflix suggested her to be a girl because her visit was an announcement. Yeah, that's kind of like the same case with Q-Force. Actually, fun fact, Stat was originally non-binary, but because Patty Harrison, the lead actress, is a trans woman, they decided to change it to Mac the actress. So it was the same with Courtney too, and that's cool. Honestly, I do love when like people like make a match the actor or actress. It's cool. I don't know. It's cool. Yo, Isabella, yeah, that is kind of a spoiler. And thinking about it kind of makes perfect sense. Then why make it not be able to get into the elevator at all? Actually, no, don't answer me any more of those questions, please, Isabella, no. What team am I on and what level am I at? I am at level 35 currently. What team? I love blue. I love blue. I'm Team Mystic. The fallen angel who became a demon about Courtney. That part. Actually, I could probably stay back here. Sorry if that was loud. Also, I do like Blanche's design. And, is Blanche non-binary? I have always just assumed they were non-binary. But also, I see a tyrant here. Or should I get the soul slip? Well, never mind the soul rock. It ran away. Why did I look down? Like, I'm on top. Can y'all hear that? If so, I'm sorry. I really don't know what's going on. I kind of want to cosplay as Blanche at some point, though. Not gonna lie, it would be cool. But let's see. Maybe. Let's see. What's there was a comment from Tim earlier. Oh, yes. You're waiting for Glitch Stick Season 3. Man. Bro, I still remember, I remember the other day, I was following some people who were talking about, I think the creator of Glitch Sticks was talking about, how Netflix didn't do anything to, market the show or sell merchandise, and, actually, no, it was Matt Brawley. Shoot, hold on. I remember because I screenshot it. I'll probably put it in my community tab later, but hold on. Yeah, here it is. Matt Brawley did this whole thread the other day about how Netflix and HBO treat animation and they don't know how to make these shows work to make them profitable. Oh yeah, the whispering up, that's one of my headphones is off. Let me turn this down a bit. That would help. But essentially talking about how they cut the shows that are and they're never given a chance to make money, and you're constantly putting them up against other IPs because you're trying to basically milk what you already have, and it's so messed up. It's tell me, why is there? I'll be that serious. Why is there not a toy of Anne's racket, or Sprague's slingshot, or Sasha's sword, or Mercy's crossbow? That's 4 pieces of merchandise right there. And it's 4 pieces right there. Tell me, Polly is literally this big. She is essentially Kirby. She's Kirby. That's all she is. Like, it would be so easy to make it work. Like, I don't know why they don't do it. It's like, damn. Like, Disney wasn't talking about, like, the Owl House not being profitable. I saw, like, y'all remember the episode, what was it, Edge of the World, that thing that, shoot, I wonder if I can bring it up real quick, hold on, 1 second, I still have the clip somewhere, let me see, it's probably in my recordings, I can pull it up quick. Like, I want to make sure y'all see exactly what I'm talking about. Here's this. Wait, what am I doing? Jeez. The Owl Hold tight, we're at the edge of the world. Here we go. Hold on. About how far in? Hold on. Hold on. Almost got it. But they want to give. Yeah, sorry. I gotta watch through real quick just to see where the thing is, cause it's oh, right here. Dang it. Like 15 seconds. And then there it is. Okay. 1 second. 1 second. Jeez, I'm doing all this on the fly, so like display. Hold on. Bring this thing down right here and then, but yeah, that, you see that thing? That's in King's hand right now. Hold on. Let me see real quick if I can. Well, it's not that much. But essentially that, tell me this, if there were Fortnite characters, tell me that would be a great harvesting tool. Tell me. Imagine Luz holding that, or Ida. Like, tell me it wouldn't be great. Man, let's see. Idea. What do you say to this? Team? Craig, Team Mystic, Cancel, Valid. That is, Leo, you are very accurate with those. You are correct. You are completely correct. Especially with y'all ever seen like the comics that the people have made of those three? Like it's kind of funny. I'm just let me turn that off real quick. But yeah, Greg is definitely Team Mystic. That makes perfect sense. Team Valor, Kelsey, those two girls just go together. And Team Instinct, JP is very much Spark. How people describe Spark to be, it's just it's walking meme. I love it. Guess who's back? Back again. Shady. Hey Tip. Let's see, they don't think shows are marketable because they're really aimed at kids. Yeah, I hear that, but also that's the same excuse that they used to cancel Teen Titans, not to mention that they were mad that the main people that were watching it were girls. Still matter. That's also why Young Justice got canceled too. Like, I get it about toys, even though I get it, like about the toys, but also like plushies. I know many of you who watch me watch Elijah. Y'all have seen the plushies she has, and Morgan. Y'all seen the plushies that she has, like. And those are mainly because people have been wanting them. So, like, to say that people don't want them, like, I can't get with that. I really can't. Can't. And plus, like, the only way to actually see if that's true is if you actually make it in the first place. And actually, that's a thing Matt Bradley says. What the hell was it? How was it? Bottom line is that animations, especially new and recent IP, have not been given chances to succeed. Companies make zero efforts to monetize their hard work. Many of these shows weren't even advertised, and that is true. That is true. Having trouble placing Omar. I imagine Omar would be probably Team Valor. Like he did spend like 3 summers protecting the creek from the overpass. That is a very valorous thing to do. Got sense of duty there. Yeah, they did do Teen Titans dirty. I hate it. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. It's not fair. I need to stay hydrated. Plus, with how things are going now, with like Cartoon Network getting purged from a lot of HBO Max's library, like what was that? Shit, what was I saying? But yeah, with Cartoon Network, like getting purged from a lot of HBO Max's library, like okay, KO got cut off of there. Okay, Infinity Train is being like quietly pushed off, and it's like, damn. I've thought about it. I'm like, you know what needs to happen? A bunch of you know how like a bunch of YouTubers and creators, they formed Nebula as a way to like stream their content over there without like dealing with YouTube's BS and shit like that. That's what animators do. Imagine like Craig McCracken and say Gabe Lehman and like let's see, like what's his name? Dude, that Go something. What was the name of the creator of Family Guy? Hold on. The creator of Family Guy, along with like Matt Raleigh and Dana Terrace and like all these other people who just have like very large followings because of the shows that they've made. You'd get these people together and they all create like a streaming service dedicated solely to animation. Like, not only would that be good for like Cartoon Network and like anyone who wants to have like animated content, but it would just be good for animators and creators as a whole. Cause like all these great shows that keep getting canceled. Seth MacFarlane, that's it. Thank you. Well, yeah, Seth MacFarlane, and like. The creator of the sentence. Matt Groening, that's it. Matt Groening. The dude who made Futurama, Disenchantment, and Simpsons. I say, like, get all of them together to make that animated streaming service. That would be good. Because, like, let's be honest, the main reason they're doing a lot of this, the main reason, like, HBO Max is cutting all these shows, and like Netflix is doing that as well, is because it's because of a tax write-off more than anything. Like, think about this. These are the shows that carried 2020. Imagine, you see my background. Kipo and the Age of Wonder Beast. That I will say, hands down, best show of 2020. Best show. Best animated show. Best show in general. Like, that show basically got me through 2020. I still... that joke in season 3. Were humans afraid of clouds or other humans' diversity? I swear to God, every time I think fucking joke, I get up on my head. That was so funny. But for real though, like, animation was the only thing that could be made during the pandemic, and like, they did well. They were working in the middle of a pandemic. They were pumping out some this, and they did it good. They did their jobs well. They gained large followings, and like, I know a lot of people say that the Owl House didn't really pick up in the fan circuit until like Enchanting Grand Prix, but also part of that has to do with the fact that Disney barely advertised the show, for one, and for two, that doesn't change the fact that it has such a huge following and fandom now. The only reason they don't greenlight it for a season 4, which I know people want full season 3, but it's too late now, but we could get season 4 greenlit. But the main reason they don't greenlight it for season 4 is just because they don't want to. That's it. Like, these folks kept Dana out of the room when they made this decision. She had to fight just for those 3 specials. Like, they did her dirty. I know she can't say it. She can't say or assume anything bad faith. She doesn't want to say or assume anything bad faith, at least in public, because of NDAs. But I will. Okay? Mostly because Disney has a history of this shit. No. I'm tired of Disney being cut slack for this shit. No. But do you think White Rose from Teen Titans finale is coaching them good? I mean, I won't say it's not. Will I do more Carolyn Tuesday? Yes I will. Man, I barely had time with the energy just because I've been working a lot. My job usually requires me to get up early in the morning, and just like on the weekends I'm still trying to take care of stuff, so like it's a thing of finding the time and the energy. But I will be continuing because I love that show. Music. Like, question. If anyone here is into music anime, what is your favorite music anime? Or at least, what's your favorite theme song from an anime? Do you think Dana will, maybe for DreamWorks? Shoot, hell yes, Dana should totally go to DreamWorks, honestly. I would love to see that. Look, you see what they did with, look, I know how people feel about, what's the thing? I know how people feel about Voltron. Yeah, they definitely should not have done that Kill Your Gauge or bullshit with Shiro. Well, but also look at Shiro and the Princesses of Power. How many queer couples are in that? Like, I am more than certain nobody in that show is straight. Nobody is. No. You see the way Bo looks at Seahawk, and you see the energy that Seahawk has. Not to mention, you see Kyle, he just gives soft boy energy. I'm here for it. No, nobody in that show is straight. But also, there's Kipo in the Age of Wonder Beast. This is the show. This is the only kids animated show that has a character say, "I'm gay." They actually had him say it, and I love it. Also, y'all, I know Elijah is watching through Kipo for the first time, and the next episode is exactly that one. I can't wait to see her face. I am going to laugh my ass off. I don't know, the way he talks about Horde Prime, I'm just saying. Either that or, honestly, he's probably asexual. He's probably asexual. Like, I honestly think him and Entrapta, I'm pretty sure, I feel like those two are asexual. Hey Logan, how's life treating me? Well, not bad. It's not too bad. Just trying to get through the days, Second to Fillmore. Wait. What do you mean Fillmore reboot? What you talking about? Fillmore reboot? What? Fillmore reboot? Hold the fuck up. What? Is that an official thing? Could at least get a movie. Okay, so it's not a thing that's happening, honestly, like, so every time I think about that show, I just think of that one line, like, oh, and one more thing, Benny, that chicken was dry, real dry. That is probably the blackest line in any cartoon ever. Like, damn. But real talk though, like, Fillmore is underrated. Fillmore is incredibly underrated. I swear. I've been watching Sandman on Netflix. Yeah, honestly, like, I do want to watch that show, though I'm not sure if I will be able to handle it, because I'm a fan of DC Comics, and I know how Neil Gaiman writes. That man is like I don't know what that man is smoking, but I want to ask him if I can have some, because like, how are you seeing this? How are you seeing it? The dude with the teeth for eyes, like, oh my god. Though I did see like this one frame that kind of made me very happy, because it was this frame of the little black kid, and he had a t-shirt with Static Shock on it. And when I saw that on Twitter, I was like, wait, what? For real? And that kind of made me want to watch the show even more, and I definitely will. Disco crackers. Detectives like. Entrapta is bisexual. That makes sense. She's still not straight, so. But I really do think, like, I feel like, you know what, Hordak's probably biromantic asexual. I feel that, possibly, or just asexual. Promised Neverland. I want to watch that. I've been trying to like start watching some anime again. I really want to. Sorry, it's very chewy. Oh yeah. I want to. I've been trying to get back into watching more anime, and like, I really want to. I've been starting to. I finally started season 5 of My Hero Academia. I only watched the first episode, but dang, that first episode was good. I love how it highlighted what everybody was capable of. I loved it so much. Like, that show exemplifies why I love the X-Men. I love the X-Men. Like, man, I can talk about X-Men for, I'll go on that rant later if y'all want to hear it, because the X-Men in Marvel Comics currently, they've been doing some shit. And I love it. Like, it is mutant excellence. That's what it is. And personally, I am a mutant. I was born with 6 fingers in both my hands, so I wasn't on the same syntactically. But yeah, maybe part of it is just because I know I'd be accepted on Krakoa, but whatever. Have I ever seen Old School She-Ra? I actually did watch some episodes of the Old School She-Ra. Like, I must say, for the 1980s, like, that backstory of being on the wrong side and then turning over to the right side, I love it. For the 80s, that was pretty deep. I actually really liked it, but also the hijinks of that show was ridiculous. I remember seeing this one clip where she cut a lake out of the ground and picked it up and threw it. Like, bro. Oh, Garth Ennis. I have my problems with Garth Ennis. Like, I very much don't. I very much don't like that man. And like, part of it is just because of The Boy. I know he has a very problematic past, and I know he's been like trying to get better about that as of recently. Like, I know that The Boys recently has been getting some backlash because, spoiler alert, season 3 has gone woke. Jeez, like, look, as much as I don't like The Boys comic, the one thing I can appreciate is how straightforward they are about the metaphor that for some reason people didn't pick up on. Like, yes, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy draped in the American flag, who constantly lasers people to death, is the bad guy. Like, come on. But actually jumping from from DC to Image to Marvel, the dude who plays Huey, I actually wouldn't mind. He's like my second choice to play Mr. Fantastic. I think he might be actually able to do a good job. My first choice, William Jackson Harper. I mean Jackson Harper Williams. I always get his name mixed up. Grant Morrison. Oh, Grant Morrison. Bro. Man, Grant Morrison? Bro, Grant Morrison. That man, I don't know. I kind of want to. He wrote a book called Super Gods about comic books. I want to get that book, but like, that man, holy shit, that dude. This dude's imagination is incredible. Why? I don't know. Like, he's one of the only people I've seen like really write the new gods, like some real gods. Like this man had Darkseid shoot a bullet back in time over 50 years to hit Orion, and it buried itself in the concrete 50 years ago. What kind of mind-bending shit is that? Like, it breaks my brain to think about that shit every time it comes to mind. But Garth Ennis is that man is I don't know, man. I really don't know, man. fan of DC comics. Like, I made a post recently, like, how I feel like they should start re-airing some of the old DCAU stuff because a lot of it is still real. Y'all, hold on. You can't just come over here and start on my chair and not here and think I'm not gonna pick you up. No. Say hi to people, don't know. I know she hates it. She likes to act like she hates it, but she loves it. We have anything ready right now. God, we can do this. Say hi. Okay. Hold on. Oh yeah, the Harley Quinn. I've been trying to kind of catch up on Harley Quinn. I've always loved Harley. You know what I just thought about? Megan, you actually just brought something to my mind. And a lot of people don't actually know this, but Harley Quinn was originally made for Batman the Animated Series. Like, that's where she originated from. She was put into the comics later on. And the fact that she made such a splash in that show that she got jumped into the comics and then now gets her own spin-off show because she became such a big character. Like, I love it. I absolutely am here for it. And plus, like, her journey from getting away from the Joker, like I know how a lot of people talk about it. Like the reality is, Joker manipulated her. He told her everything she wanted to hear, and but like part of her existence was to simplify why Joker is such a terrible person. Which, when you really think about it, it's kind of fucked up that they made a whole character for that. But I made her suffer so long. But when she finally gets a hold of the Joker, like, hold on, let me see if I can find this one. Like Harley just beating Joker's head. That's in a comic. Something from the New 52, which the fact that makes any sense at all, just like they really don't make that shit right. Sorry, I'm thinking about the New 52 and how much of a bad and dumb idea it kind of was, but real talk though. I can't really find the good pick of it, but for real, but also, like, yeah, DC Superhero Girls is a very cute show, and I especially love how they put Wonder Woman front and center, because I love Wonder Woman. She's my favorite member of the Trinity. And also, I'm still pissed. Why does Wonder Woman not have her own animated series? Why does she not? Like Batman and Superman. Batman especially gets multiple fucking series, and as much as I love them, he gets too many of them. And, like, does anyone even remember Beware the Batman? No, I guarantee you. Well, actually, some people probably do, but still, I mean, I do. But Wonder Woman should have her own animated series. Like, it would be great. Like, you could easily base it off of the Rebirth for Greg Rucka, because that gonna have her like entering the modern day, and like I would actually, you know what? I know I can definitely find this one. So there's a certain image that I think was just phenomenal because it perfectly exemplified why she is so cool. Hold on. Oh, sorry. got me digging up into my. Y'all got me digging up into my nerd bag right now. Like I can't help but do it. No, that's the lies. I need the other one. Hold up. I want to say it was. Cause like the way he told the story, it was like split into two parts. It was two halves of like the same story, but it's essentially I think this is it. I think this is the one. Yes. When she comes back, I just forget. Hold up. Yeah, let's go down. Yeah, she needs the spirits and shit like that. Is it issue 8? No, there's one spoken on Barbara America, which, if anyone knows anything about the Wonder Woman mythos, like, fun fact, Wonder Woman's bisexual. Wonder Woman is bisexual. And a lot of people forget that. But I've always been of the mindset that she and Cheetah should be a couple. Because one, they were friends before she turned into Cheetah, and two, like her and Barbara, those two together, their chemistry is like extremely good, extremely good. But like, yeah, hold on, like let me show you all these. Look at this whole sequence. Like, look at this. People being targeted. She grabs out her lasso. She pulls that shit away and snaps it away. Hey, and she sees this one dude over here. Here she is. Here's the people. Here she is. Before she even gets the word mom out, she's already running over there, faster than a speeding bullet. Look, literally faster than a speeding bullet. And then this shot right here is just so badass. I absolutely love it, yo. I absolutely love this shot. You see this? Like, damn. Like, you can't tell me that's not cool. Like, come on, I want to see this animated. Like, I want to see this animated, man. Let's see, as much as I respect Marvel for getting where they are with the MCU, I do think they're dropping the ball with the recent shows they did. How they did Moon Knight, you know. I did like Moon Knight, I did, and I especially loved the filmmaking of it. You know, like, on a technical level, that show is very, very good. But also, I feel like they tried to put too much into 6 episodes. They need to stop trying. They keep trying to do this like they do certain miniseries with like six issue arcs, and I feel like if you're gonna lead up to a fight between two gods, you should take more time with that. Plus, I know a lot of people were complaining about like the Jewish representation, because Moon Knight, Mark Spector, he is Jewish, and like people are like, oh, the most that you get to see is like him wearing a yarmulke and then throwing it off his head. But like, I was actually listening to a podcast that I talked to, like one of the leaders of the podcast is Jewish, and I'm not trying to do this like a joking Jewish thing, but something he said like, this little bit of context he added, that it kind of made that seem way heavier. the thing about like that hat that he wears, the yarmulke, is that like when a person, like when you're at a wake for a person, like it's customary to kiss the yarmulke, but he can't do it. He can't bring himself to do it, and like he wasn't able to like properly grieve his own spoilers. He wasn't able to properly grieve the death of his brother, and now he can't do the same with his mother's death. So like the fact that he can't do it makes the moment heavier. And like when I heard that, I was like, oh wow, shit. Cause like damn, it's like I know some honestly, like, you know, I've been thinking about it sometimes recently because, like, wait, what's it say? Geek out? That makes sense. She was literally raised on an island of women-based relationships and lifestyles. Yeah, I agree. Wonder Woman TV would be. Yes, it would. Plus, she canonically has two moms. Diana canonically has two moms. She was made from clay, raised on an island of old women, and she has two moms. Yes, Hippolyta and Philippus. Like the relationship between those two is just lovely, and I love it. What was I saying? Oh yes, I was on Twitter the other day. I was thinking about like the topic of like representation, and like I was searching like Q-Force on Twitter to see who all was talking about it, and like a lot of the people that I've seen like that have finally like started like that have talked about it, they have expressed like they regret not watching this when it first came out, and they loved it. And one, I just really love the fact that Q-Force is starting to get more recognition. But like there was one comment this person made as to why he thinks Q-Force is so good, and it's because they decide to try and tell so many other stories about queerness, always try to like explain the experience, and like they would try to like explain the experience instead of like just telling a story, which is like, I think, yes, that is exactly why Q-Force and like the Owl House were so good. Like, people are aware queer people exist. Like, we don't need to be educated about it. Who needs to be educated that queer people exist? Straight people? Stop that. Like, when I think about like shows like Q-Force, I think about it like the same way I think about like the movie 12 Years a Slave. Like, from a black perspective, I think about it like 12 Years a Slave. Who exactly is that movie for? Because I will tell you now, it's not black people. Do you think black people want to watch a movie about a black man being stripped of his freedom and his personhood and thrown into forced labor against his will, just because the people and the powers that be don't see him as a person? Do you think I want to see that? There's an uncomfortable, like there is an uncomfortable scene of sexual assault that was very common during that time period, but still, no. Wait, that portrayed Ares as the Greek god, Ares the Greek god of war, as Diana's annoying temperamental brother, and so honestly, like with the way Greek gods are, when you really like strip away all the power and shit, they're really big and incestuous, but really just a big dysfunctional ass family. Like, it's true. Thank you for recommending Q Flies. Mostly because of your review of it. We learned a lot about queer culture from it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm happy that somebody else actually watched the show. Part of the reason why I really wanted to watch the show is because I wanted to give it a fair chance. And like when I really saw what it was about, I was like, oh, I'm here for this. I am here for this. Yes, like I even learned a lot of other things. Because like I didn't know who Gus Kenworthy was. I'm gonna be honest, or Holland Taylor. Like these certain names about people, and God, it was so good. I really wish you would get season 2. I know there's some change.org petition for it. Like, I hope some comes from it. I don't know. Something I find absolutely idiotic is they think Batman is more relatable than Superman. And because Batman's human, I'm like, Batman's a multi-billionaire who has much money as issues. And Superman is a farm boy from Kansas. You are correct. As much money as issues. It's true. It's true. Look, actually, I remember when I saw the Batman and I saw Robert Pattinson's portrayal of the character, and I will still to this day say he was the perfect choice because of Twilight. Edward and Bruce Wayne are not that different. I'm just saying, but as with how hyperly good at just in general Batman is at certain shit, and just how Robert Pattinson portrays Bruce, moving with intention with every footstep and looking at certain details and things like that. It's I've always thought Batman was neurodivergent, and that movie damn near just said it straight up. Batman is definitely neurodivergent. He's most likely autistic. I firmly believe that. That either that or he has CPSD, which honestly would make sense, because I don't know how anybody could really be okay after seeing their parents shot dead in front of them. I know we make the joke about Batman just got up and got into his suit and started fighting crime because his mommy and daddy got shot in an alley. But remember, y'all, that's an 8-year-old who saw his parents die right in front of him. So but real talk though, yes, between Superman and Batman, who's more relatable? Superman, I'd say, is more relatable because people constantly forget Superman's an immigrant. He is literally, for all intents and purposes, he's literally an illegal alien, and he is literally not of this world. Superman is a Moses allegory, for one. I hate when people constantly use him as a Christ allegory. He was made by 2 Jewish men. He's a Moses allegory. But Superman was a baby who was sent off away from his planet because scientists kept telling the politicians of this world that the planet was going to explode because of shit they were doing to the environment. And he's shoved into a rocket with a cape wrapped in leather and then sent away to another planet where he was adopted by the Kents and raised on Earth. I think about that really, really stupid quote from Kill Bill where the dude's making this dumb monologue saying that Clark Kent is Superman's critique on humanity. That is an ass backwards take for so many reasons. He was Clark Kent before he was Superman. He didn't know about his powers until later on in life. He was raised as a regular boy, as a regular kid on Earth. Yeah, he's an alien. He's an immigrant. But he still was a kid raised here on Earth as a human. That's why he's the best of us. He he's trying to show us a better way. So like, for people to say that Superman not relatable, I feel like they only say that because they just don't think anybody can be that good. That's it. Like, people are so cynical nowadays, talking about like good people don't exist, but like that's not true. It's just not. Like all these people that are out here protesting for human rights, who are constantly talking about it, going out here and doing this shit. It's like, you can't say that there's not good people out here. I'm sorry, it's just not true. Like, Superman is needed more now than ever, I say, to show people like how to be better, to be a better way, because he's the best of us. That's what he is. Sorry, I got onto my soapbox about it. But like, yeah, like Superman, like we're trying to say who's more relatable, Batman or Superman. Like, our only reference of Superman is Smallville, his life as Clark Kent, his Smallville, filled with comics in mind, but yeah, it's relatable. Yeah, I remember watching Smallville a lot. I did like that show. I very much liked that show. It wasn't until later on that I was like, I really wish I saw him in a suit, or at least just, I don't know, a t-shirt with a big S on it or something like that. And sort of like they did in the New 52. Like, there are certain aspects of the New 52 I like, but like overall, the New 52 was a bad idea. Yeah, though for real though, like that one scene in Smallville, from the first episode, when Clark sticks his hand into a wood chipper and it breaks the machine. I loved that line. I loved that scene. Like how he's like showing like how much he actually does struggle with this sometimes. Like it's like he's different. It's struggling with being different. Like anybody can feel that. Bruce Wayne is portrayed as a playboy, and Clark Kent can barely tell. He makes me happy, dork. That's because Clark is a dork, and I love it too. Like, that's what I think I really love. Clark Kent is a dork. I love it. Plus, like, we still constantly talk about like how, like, people will constantly talk about how like Bruce Wayne is the disguise and Batman's the real person, and honestly, that is true. That is true, because like he really doesn't give a fuck about like all the aristocratic shit, but then again, he does try to use his wealth. People constantly talk about like, why doesn't Batman use his wealth to help the people of Gotham instead of punching people in the streets? But he does do that. Like, there's literally, I recently like found a comic strip where like, I think it's from the Batman cartoon, a tie-in of the Batman, all these Batman cartoons, but like, it literally is just Batman. He walks into Black Mask Mansion, he puts in a USB drive, and then just on screen it plays a message from Bruce Wayne telling these people that if they leave out of here now, he'll give them a job and training, or they can deal with Batman. And you know what happens? They walk out. He literally came in. He not only he came in, dismantled Black Mask whole operation, and got a bunch of people a bunch of jobs without having to throw a punch. Like, genius. Really, was Bruce Wayne really good with women, or was it on the side? He only met Catwoman as a real Batman. That's actually a good question. It seems he lives more as Batman. Yeah. Well, well, as of recently, like being Bruce Wayne is being Bruce Wayne is hard now because there was an event called the Joker War. Long story short, Bruce is broke. Well, he's not as rich as he was before. A lot of his assets got seized because Joker basically showed that Wayne Enterprises was embezzling money. It's kind of, but yeah, he did only need Cap because of the Batman alter ego. You know, but also like that is complicated. My cat is walking around underneath me. What else was I gonna say? But yeah, for real, like, you should like start just replaying a lot of the DCAU cartoons. Like, I know a lot of people have been saying that they want like another season of like, if they could, they choose like Batman, but you know what I would choose? I would choose Static Shock. I would choose Static Shock. You know why? Because one, Static is the closest thing to Batman. No, Static is the closest thing to Spider-Man that DC has. And two, that show, like, that show, if it came out today, people would be calling it woke. Like, I am dead serious, they would. Because think about it. Static is a show about a black kid with a gay best friend who has a crush on a Jewish girl. Like, he is a superhero for Dakota who also deals with teenage shit. Like, and like with Milestone like relaunching recently and like how they incorporated like some villains from Static Shock into the one second, I think. One second, I'll be right back. I think some. Okay. Sorry about that. Had to make sure. Oh. Huh? 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 Okay. Yeah. So yeah, had to just give my partner the medication. Okay. So. showed more heroes as clumsy dudes in their day-to-day life, and then they go into battle mode, they're cool and collected, and they got some trip over again. What is that trope? The crouching moron hidden badass. That's what that is. I love it. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. But what was I saying earlier? Oh, right. Like, for real, if Static Shock came out today, people would be trying to call it woke propaganda. And, like, black kid who has a gay best friend and a crush on a Jewish girl. And that show tackled, like, so many topics. The episode Sons of the Father. Like, goddamn. Like, as a kid watching that, like, as a young black kid watching that episode, it was like, what the heck? Like, dude, like, what the fuck? Like, he's just a kid. It's like, what? Why do you have to be racist? What's the point of even being racist? Like, that's what I've always thought of as a kid. What's the point of being racist? What is even the point? Jeez. It was just not easy. But, like, the fact that their relationship was so strong, he didn't care what his dad said. And, like, Richie literally ran away from home because he was so embarrassed of his dad. Like, god damn, Richie was a real one. Though. Like, if they did have a season 5, if they had him come out, if they actually had him come out, I would have him doing, like, this first or second episode. I would love for that to be done. Because technically speaking, Gear is the first gay superhero in a cartoon. I'm thinking about that now. Holy shit. I love it. Yes, that was basically Static Shock. Average teenager in high school gets powers, decides to be a hero. Way more slice of life than superhero shows. It was a wise, iconic, and timeless. Hell yes. Like, yes. And that gun episode. Jimmy. That episode. Y'all, I watched Static Shock like... I want to say 18 times. Yeah, 18 times at least. That show shaped me as a person. I'm dead. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on. 1 second. Slick mad right now. I cannot find my Static Shock shirt. I literally have the Static shirt with the emblem on it, and I can't find it. Actually, I still have. You know what? Let me show you something. I'm going to show y'all. shit, that Thanos one. But where is it? How do I have it? Why do I have it? Crazy. I can't find it. What is going on? I know where it could be. There. So I've told y'all before. I probably have told y'all before. I'm a VFX artist, or at least in college I aspired to be like a VFX artist and tried to. I started getting into it like my junior year of college, and like I was I have this one thing. If I can just videos. Alright, okay, I think I found it. Yeah. Okay. Media source. And okay. Boom. Where there it is. Flip this. This. Yep. This. This is how much of a fan I am. This is how much I love that show. I made this while I was in college. It was one of the first VFX things I made, and I really love it. Like that show very much shaped me as a person, and I don't kid when I say that. And also, I just realized you can hear the breathing. Let me try and tone that down. What can even be to describe it? This show was fearless. Fearless. That is true. It was fearless. Like, seriously, that show taught a lot. That, hello, Zachary, how are you? We connect phone? Hi. Yeah, I'm good. See, I love the Craig of the Creek. I'm glad you love them. I'm really glad you love the Craig of the Creek reactions. But, let's see, my favorite episode was the episode Permafrost. Oh my god, that episode is sad. Bro, a lot of the episodes of Static Shock are low-key kind of sad. That show was really, really grounded. That's one thing. Dwayne McDuffie, the creator of that show and the creator of Milestone Comics, that dude is that dude was a pioneer in the industry. He passed away in 2011, but that man, he's the reason for a lot of stuff and a lot of stories that people like Justice League. Many of the best episodes were directed and written by him. He was always good about talking about the political side and the grounded sides of these superheroes. Not to mention, he's also the reason for the relationship between Hawkgirl and Jon Stewart, and I absolutely love it. Leslie, will you ever recap Black Lightning versus Static Shock? Do a recap of it? If you mean do a reaction, I'd be lying if I didn't say I did have an episode, the first episode recorded as a reaction because I wanted to do something for Black History Month. I wasn't sure if I'm gonna release it or not, but I might have to do that now. Let's see. Yeah, the writers of that show knew how to tell an impactful emotional story. Yes, they did. They did. Man. Like, honestly, I think that's why I like Luce and Anne so much from the Owl House and Amphibia, because they very much like remind me a bit of Virgil, like how they're in these impossible situations, yet they're trying their best, and they're very smart about like how they get out. Like it's really nice to me. See, Harold, I can't wait for more Kid Cosmic. Honestly, I'm probably going to delete that Kid Cosmic video of season 2 that I have on there and re-upload it, because I'm trying to figure out like what. I can hear myself chewing. I'm sorry, y'all had to hear that. I'm trying to figure out like the best way to make sure like it can be watched, and I wanna like see how I can cut it to make it work better. Question: do you have any childhood fave cartoons that you would love to see a live action or a reboot for? Is that Static? Because that's a given. They're already making a Static movie, and I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of petty. I'm not gonna lie, I'm low-key upset because like I wanted to play Static. I've always wanted to play him, but I'm pretty sure I'm too old for the role now. So, but a reboot of or a live action of, you know, I would not mind seeing a live action like Codename Kids Next Door movie, just a movie, because I would love to see like how you would do that in the modern day, because like it would have to be written from a kid's perspective, and it would have to be, you'd have to like think about like how to do this in a way that doesn't make adults mad. But then again, a lot of the adults today that would be watching it would have been kids during that time, so they probably wouldn't even be that mad. So, yeah, you know what? No, just go ahead and do that. Yeah, but get an animated. What else would get an animated reboot? Whatever happened to Robot Jones? Because there was one episode of Robot Jones where he was questioning like why there was boys and girls bathroom, and like it was sort of an exploration of the concept of gender, which was kind of dope, especially during that time period. It's like, wow. So I would love to see them like tackle that in the modern day, like then like Robot probably just saying like I'm Robot. Like Robot could like be a literal canonic non-binary character. Now, granted, that gets into the trope of like non-binary characters being like aliens, or non-binary and trans characters being like aliens or robots and shit like that. But I feel like the way to also make that work is to like have like queer people, other queer characters in the show. Like this would be a good time to like make for like actual like another non-binary character to actually reflect off of, maybe. I don't know. Oh, don't you get me started on Galactic Kids Next Door, Megan, bro. Oh my god. I remember when I first first saw that shit hit the internet, I damn near lost it. I damn near lost my entire mind when I first saw that shit. I just can't. I'm so mad that I didn't get more go along with it. I need that. See, this is why that animated streaming service I was talking about earlier should be a thing, because projects like that, existing IPs, even the existing IPs have to fight for some shit. Coding Kids, the creator did this whole ass campaign, and you realize how many fans just flipped for it? Come on. Let's see, question. What's your preferred actor for a specific character? Personally, Tim Daly for Superman, Roger Craig Smith for Batman. What's the Lance Riddick? I would want Lance Riddick to play like a Martian Manhunter. If you saw the Resident Evil show that unfortunately got canceled, I liked it. I don't give a fuck what any of them fans say. I liked it. Lance Riddick would actually make a very good Martian Manhunter. I feel like he would be a very good voice. I mean, Carl Lumbly set a bar, but still. And then, who would I see for, who do I think would be, you know what, I actually think Ryan Potter would probably be a good Peter Parker. I think he really would do a good Peter Parker. He's the voice of Mark in Invincible, and I think he already shows he's kind of can do that Peter Parker energy. I really think it works. Interesting. Robot Jones. You never heard of Robot Jones? Was it similar to My Life as a Teenage Robot? I wouldn't say it was. Nah, it wasn't really like. I wouldn't say it was like My Life as a Teenage Robot. I'd say Robot Boy is more like that, but Robot Jones was more just a very grounded show. It was just a robot with a robot family going to school to study human behavior, more or less. And yes, let me see if I can. Well, I'll do that another time. But he's essentially just like a kid figuring out his way in the world, more or less. Yes, only he's a robot. He cancels. Let's see, really Cartoon Network canceled a spin-off. My Life as a Teenage Robot was on Nickelodeon. Wait, was there a spin-off? I wouldn't be surprised, but yeah, it wasn't really much like My Life as a Teenage Robot, though I wouldn't mind seeing that revived. Shoot, what else would I love to see revived? You know what? This would be kind of funny too. This would be kind of funny, but also a little fucked up. The show Time Squad. Imagine that being used as a way to critique, go through and portray history more accurately than people actually realize. Because there's a lot of things in history don't seem to realize is, one, incredibly queer for one, but also two, a lot of people were just a lot more ignorant about certain things back in the day, but also they were a lot more open about certain things too. Not to mention, that show I'm pretty sure that show got canceled because of, the last episode was talking about the Bush administration. bit of a factor in why it got canned. Spider-Man. Speaking of Spider-Man, Josh Keaton recently posted a video of him doing a monologue of the. Really? I need to look for that. Ooh. If there was one show I'd really like to see rebooted called Detention, it didn't get a chance. Detention. Let me see. Detention. What is this? Shoot, I was like 3 when this came out, so like of course I didn't hear of it before, but what is this? About 8 troubled students at Benedict Arnold Middle School. No wonder they're Tia and Tamara Mowry were voice actors in this show. Oh, Tia and Tamara of Sister. What? Are you? I need to find where is the show streaming. Where is this show? Of course, it's only fucking on Prime. Fine. Wow. Okay. Wow. Like. Oh, I love Sister. Look, I love Sister. Okay. I loved Sister. Bro. Okay. Let's see. We know Teenage Robot was Nickelodeon. Yes. Yeah, they canceled that. It's still fucked up. I hate it. You, me, many other people, like the round table made a whole video about like the campaign of that, and like, bro, I remember being a part of that as a kid. I was just like, I was so disappointed that it didn't get to come through. I'm so mad about it. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Oh man. But let's see. Is there anything else I would have rebooted? Yes. Twitches. Go Twitches. You know, it's funny you should bring that up. I remember somebody saying they should do like a Twitches 3 where their daughter, Tia and Tamara's daughters, turn out to be witches, and the daughters are played by Halle and Chloe Bailey. I would be so for that. And for anyone who doesn't know who Halle and Chloe Bailey is, hold on. These two right here, they're like, I feel like that would be very ingenious. I would absolutely be here for it. I would totally be here for like a Twitches 3 with these two as the new witches. Like, second pair of twins. Why not? Yeah, I should take this off the screen as well. What is this? Sorry, I had like a random media source here. I don't remember what it was. Saw a fan made that had a massive inspiration of Logan. Really? And look it up, it was really good. They got the voice of Grandpa Max. You have got to be kidding me. Are you serious? Absolutely. I will. I'm gonna put that down. I love it. You know, I actually love fan-made like trailers. Like, ooh, shit. Actually, thinking about it. Shoot, and I lost it. Fuck, and I got it back again. Okay, there was this fan-made short film of recess of the crew now in high school. Like, bruh, I absolutely loved it. Like, they really do, like, got these characters very accurate to how you would see them in high school. I feel like it was really, really dope. Not to mention, you don't just get them, you get Randall, the little snitching ass, his little snitching snake ass. You also get the Ashleys. They actually have 4 girls to play the Ashleys. And oh man, yo, I'm gonna like put a link to that in the chat for y'all to see, because I'm dead serious. Y'all need to watch this. Oh, hey, look, Morgan's live right now too. Third Street. Yep, that's it. 3rd Street. Hold on. But yeah, also Morgan Terry's apparently live. I feel like I should go through and just say hi. I'm gonna go through and say hi. Hi, just in the middle of my live stream. Or I think she just ended. Did she just end it? But that was fun. Let's see. That showed in Twitch's and Queen's mom backstory. You know, again, you're just adding more to why I needed Twitch's 3 now, geeked out, like, oh man. Shoot, why did Pokemon just suddenly pop in my head? Jeez, I'm gonna want to geek out and just get into my bag. And, well, also, someone asked about Pokemon earlier. Oh man, it's dope. Okay, something I also found out about 2 lesser known Marvel movies from the 80s and 90s. Yeah. Yeah, I remember her. See, I've caught glimpses of those online, actually. Shoot, it's not just... Actually, fun fact, there was an old Fantastic Four movie from the 80s that was never released, and it was only made because Marvel didn't want to lose the rights to the Fantastic Four, so they literally just made a movie to do that. Kinda whack. I'm not even gonna lie. Like it ends with like Reed Richards getting into a limo and like waving goodbye, stretching his hand out. It really, hold up. Like, hold on. Some people got me on the fly. Like, more or less, it looked like this. It looked like it literally looked like this. It was so bad. Though, that also makes me think about the fact that they now have the Fantastic Four back, and MCU's gonna make a Fantastic Four movie, and like I've thought about like how would exactly they incorporate the Fantastic Four? How would they do it? You can watch all 3 on YouTube. Yeah, that's true. But because I know Kevin Feige said he wasn't gonna make it it's not gonna be an origin film. So like what the fuck? Okay. Yeah, they essentially did it like what's I gonna say? They essentially possibly said they were gonna like time displace them or something like that. But I don't really care about that. What I do care about is who the hell's gonna play Reed Richards, because I have for the longest time have been saying William Jackson Harper to play Reed Richards, or Jackson Harper Williams. Is it Williams? Jackson Harper Williams. Yes, Jackson Harper Williams to play Reed Richards, because if you ever watch The Good Place, it's essentially that. He already was Reed Richards. I love it. Let's see. Another show I loved as a kid was Mona the Vampire. It's like Craig of the Creek, slice of life, business and unions, the main character's big imagination. I think I remember that. I remember that. It sounds very familiar. Bro. You know what just popped in my head? Okay, what does anybody think when I say the name Madeline? Like, I need to know. Who remembers Madeline? Anyhow, I'm a bounce piece. You better be excellent to each other and party on, dudes. See you, Logan. Yeah, I get it. It's getting late at night. See you, Logan. That bread, yes. Yeah. I'm glad. You know, sometimes I feel old when I mention this. I'm glad there are other people that still remember this too. Cause like I'm gonna be honest, like my childhood was mostly shaped by a lot of cartoons. Like when I heard Arthur was ending, that really hit me. Because like I grew up, Arthur came out the year I was born, and now it's gone. Like damn. Man, that was weird. I just always like to think about like how much that really hits. Also, I want to like change this background real quick. Hold on. Yeah, I can. I have like a bunch of stills from shows, and I'm about to like. Okay, hold up. Yep, Craig of the Creek. Let me. Which one should we? We're gonna do this one. The Heart of the Forest. The Heart of the Forest. That's the one I'm going for. Maybe I should. Give me the trading tree. I brought the trading tree in. The trading tree in. I'm sorry, kid. I'm about to use your trading tree. Hopefully, kid doesn't get mad at me about it. Yep, I stole the trailer too. Y'all get to see me working in real time. This is how the sausage gets made. Okay, never heard of one of Empires. Disney Cartoon Network. Like, I vaguely remember it, but I could have sworn it was Disney. Possibly, but like, maybe it was. I'm not sure. Real talk though, like about what I was talking about earlier with like animation and genre and things like that. I really hope like Dana and like Matt Brawley they get to go on to better stuff. Like I honestly think like I really do really think like they should make like a whole streaming service dedicated to animation and animated content. Because like I feel like not only that, but it should not only that it's important, but it also would be a safer place for animation. Like my only worry is like they once they get too big, people start like cutting shows at one season, like Netflix has been doing. Like I feel like you should give people at least 2 seasons to make a show with a good like beginning and end, at least, because people set up things in season 1 that they can carry on to season 2s, but also like it would be much better in my opinion if you did do that. It'd be great. See, I don't know if you know, but it's a great show called Growing Up Creepy. Girl raised by intelligent bugs. It wasn't super popular. Oh, that sounds cool actually. Holy shit. Growing Up Creepy. That sounds familiar. Growing Up Creepy. Oh my god. Yo, you just unlocked a random memory in my brain actually as soon as I saw her. Hold up, let me just, because y'all, bro, you see this? Like, I vaguely remember this, because like, this chick in particular, her right there, this chick in particular just popped in my head. That's wow, bro. When was the last time I don't even remember the last time I actually watched this show. Holy crap. Like, intelligent bugs and shit like that. That's oh my god, I might have to go back and look at that again and go back and to look at that show, because like, oh my god. Looks like Invaders in. Kinda. You're not gonna lie. I wonder. It's probably made by the same. Was it made by the same company? Was it made by the same animation company? The only place you can watch it is on Sling. Really? That's. Well, see, networks Discovery and Nickelodeon. Okay, so also was on Nickelodeon, so what's his name? Tim Burton-esque. I do not like Tim Burton. I do not like that man. That man is racist. I don't like him. Let's see. Also searched for. Let's see, who's the creator? Anthony Gant. What else have you made, sir? What's your IMDb? Let's see. Yo, he made this. No, it's the person. He was an art director on Reboot. He was a writer on Growing Up Creepy. Let's see. Karen Greenberg. Lala Loopsy, Tumbleleaf. Wow, she didn't do much. Wow. Man, this must have been like during the time where Nickelodeon was really trying to do this. This must have been like really during that time where Nickelodeon was trying to like find another SpongeBob, more or less. Like they thought it would be, they would have that in like Fairly Odd Parents, though Fairly Odd Parents has kind of gotten. Fairy Godparents should really just be. Fairy Godparents should have ended with that episode where it turned out like Timmy made a wish like 50 years ago. Actually, shit. I don't know if many people know about this episode. Actually, yes, there's a canonical episode where apparently Timmy made a wish like 50 years ago, so that everyone would stop aging, so we could keep Cosmo Wanda forever. And he also made a wish to Cosmo that he would forget it. And like ever since I found out about that episode and I watched it, like that shit kind of broke my brain, but also it makes me question why they didn't end the series with that, because like that's the perfect place to go out on. Like I don't know, they didn't need to go on further. Like I was cool when they made Proof because that was interesting, but like the dog and the neighbor girl and now the live action shit, like don't even get me started on that. Like, I don't know what's up with that. Like, oh man. See, I watched a random baby goths show, Ruby Gloom. Okay, Ruby Gloom. I need to look this up. What is this? Ruby Gloom. Hold on. Y'all just. Is this? Yo, funnily, when I looked up Growing Up Creepy, Ruby Gloom was a suggestion at the bottom here. That, was it made by the same person? Was it made by like one of the same people? Probably. That's... Huh. Oh shoot, Max and Ruby. But hey, like that's actually really cool. Ruby Gloom, this show looks adorable. This show looks absolutely adorable. Ruby Gloom is a Canadian animated series made by the Mighty Fine Apparel, made based on the... Wait, was this a show that was made to sell clothes? Oh my god, was this a show that was made to sell clothes? That... There were 3 seasons of it, 40 episodes. Damn, must have been pretty good. Holy shit. Oh, nice. How old is Ruby? Ruby is 10. Okay, that is... Let's see. Wait, that's it. That episode sounds great. Gotta look this up. Honestly, yes, I would have loved more Danny Phantom, but also I'm kind of mad at Butch Hartman because of the bullshit he tried to pull. Like, if you didn't know, I think it was like 2 years ago at this point, Butch Hartman, he started posting some like Danny Phantom 10 years later art online, and then getting people hyped up and generated for it. But like, he like launched a Patreon saying he was making an animated network of sorts, and like, but it wasn't a Patreon, it was a GoFundMe. The thing he didn't tell everybody was the fact that it was a Christian streaming service, and a lot of people got really, really mad at him for it. And to make matters worse, when people called him out about this, he started doubling down about it, saying shit like he said that he was making a cereal and like thinking, and then throwing out a lot of like ignorant religious zealotry shit. Not to mention, apparently, I think working with Autism Speaks about something, or at least a group that works with Autism Speaks, which I hate that group. I absolutely hate them. They are not good people. Do not ever listen to Autism Speaks. But thanks. But for real though, like before all that shit happened, I would definitely loved a lot more Danny Phantom, because like, let's be honest, the Phantom Planet finale was not a good idea. It was kind of a dumb idea. I'm gonna be dead serious. Like if you're good, they should have the episode where Danny cheated on a test, and then like his future self came to the past, and like the enemy within. Man, when I was a kid, when I saw that for the first time, bro, oh my god, little kid was on the edge of my seat. When I see this man, he pulls up on himself. Like, damn, that was some of the hardest shit I've ever seen in a cartoon at that point. I'm not even gonna lie, it was. And honestly, that should have been the end of the series right there. That was a perfect place to end it. It was a perfect place to end it. But like, if you were gonna go on, you should never have done Phantom Planet. I'm just saying. But like, the only thing you can do now is like, unless you're gonna like one more day Danny Phantom, because like everybody found out that he basically revealed himself to the world, which is true. It was cool, but also, any show that had a prominent goth character, yeah, I'll get to that in a second, Megan. Oh, you are spitting facts. But any show that had like a, what was I saying? Like you can't really pull that genie back out of the bottle now. So like, you kind of gotta like play it straight with Danny being a public hero now. But yeah, maybe the creators don't know where to end. And I mean, yeah, like maybe to a degree they don't, but at the same time, like, they wrote so many episodes. It's like, look, I'm still firmly of the belief that SpongeBob should have ended with the SpongeBob movie. Like, it honestly should have. It was a perfect way to like put a cap on the series. It was the perfect ending for it. But they kept going on, and like season 5 was really cool when they went to Atlantis and shit, and like even there, that episode was like perfect. That was a perfect way. They probably could have ended the series there, I'm gonna be honest, after the Atlantis episode. But they kept going on and they kept going on, and Nickelodeon wants so badly to have another SpongeBob, and like a lot of networks want a lot more. A lot of networks want their SpongeBob or their Family Guy, and they're not interested in like making good shows. They're just interested in just like making money off of them, but they aren't doing anything to actually make any money off of them. So it's like they're essentially shooting themselves in the foot. They're that meme of a person riding a bicycle with a stick and then sticking the stick in one of their tires and flying off of it and hurting their leg. Hey, like, that's what they are. any show with a prominent goth character, brought out a goth awakening for an entire generation. Shoot, man. Let's see. There was Sam. Who else was there? Oh, shit. We were talking about Fillmore earlier. There was that chick. In Fillmore with the photographic memory. There was also. Thinking about it. Thinking. Fuck. Oh, there was Jinx in Teen Titans, bro. Actually. As much as I love Teen Titans,
Agreed, the new SpongeBob movie with Maybe Hashes.
yeah, it was. But, so, not so fun fact about Teen Titans. The character Jinx, the pink chick, yeah, she's Indian. She's Indian. Like, wanna see a picture of Jinx in the comics? Like this. Yeah. That's Jinx. Yeah, that's Jinx. Right there. This chick from Teen Titans Go, this chick that everyone associates from Teen Titans, this is what she actually looks like. She's Indian. She's a bald Indian woman in the comics, and they whitewashed her. Like, I feel like I'm ruining a lot of people's childhoods today, but like, for real. Like, ever since I found that out, I'm just like, why did y'all even bother doing that? What was the point of doing that? All you did was take away representation. What, you couldn't figure out a way to make this book kid friendly? The design you literally put out, you couldn't make her skin brown and give her like a sidewalk. I remember seeing someone on Tumblr that made a design of that. Yeah. Wait, the original Jinx looks fine. Yes, I know, right? But like Blackfire, who's more goth, Blackfire or Raven? Raven. No one outgoths Raven. No. Nobody outgoths Raven. Raven is the most goth character ever created. Like, goddamn. Yumi! Oh my god, Yumi from Go. I'm not gonna lie. Yumi was one of my cartoon crushes as a kid. Like, god actually, Yumi and like Juniper Lee, I don't know what it is I don't know what it is as a kid, like me having crushes on Asian characters, but Yumi was really cute. It was like I was into any girl that knew martial arts. I kind of automatically was start like falling for her a bit. But I don't know. But like, the first CGI animated cartoon series. I mean, technically that's a French series. It's a French-Canadian series. Cartoon Network imported a lot of French-Canadian series. Oh, also another goth girl. Shoot, damn it, what was her name? From The Life and Times of Juniper Lee. Yeah, like what was her name from Juniper Lee? Oh. I want to say either Ophelia or Odalia. Please tell me it's not Odalia. Hold on. What's her name? Ophelia. Okay. Okay, who? Okay, Ophelia. Her name was Ophelia. Okay, crisis averted. Yes. Okay. Ophelia. You know I guess it's different. Ophelia. Like this chick right here. Juniper. Yes, her right here. Here. Ophelia from Juniper League. Let's see if I can get a better picture. Can I get a bigger picture of her? That works. That works. What is this? Y'all can't see. Okay, there's just like this one picture behind me. I'm glad y'all can't see it. But yes, her. That is Ophelia from Juniper Lee. She was dope. Like, honestly, actually, you know what? That's a cartoon from Cartoon Network I would love to see rebooted. Like, one, Asian rep, and two, Juniper Lee is just fucking awesome. Like, Juniper Lee is awesome. God, the boy Kevin 11 from Ben 10. You are not wrong. You are not wrong. Let me also close this. Let's see, who else? Other goth characters. Like, what other goth characters? I'm trying to think. Was there a goth character in Kids Next Door? Like, the closest thing I can think of a goth character in there was, like, them French kids from that one episode where number 2 is trying to sell his I can't believe it's not words. See, I feel like Juniper Lee came out before American Dragon Jake Long, right? Actually, I think those two came out at like damn near the exact same time. Cause I remember as a kid. I didn't even think about it as a kid. I remember like a few years ago, I was thinking about it and I was like, why did both Cartoon Network and Disney Channel both make a show? Okay, for some reason my Cortana turned on, but why did both Cartoon Network and Disney Channel make shows about like an Asian teenager living in a big city that was the protector and protector of the magical realm of their respective area? Like, that's way too specific. Like that's like as big as a coincidence of like Black Panther the character and the Black Panther Party both emerging in the same year. That is the type of coincidence that is, and it is kind of weird. I'm not even gonna lie. Wow. Shoot. Let's see. The kids, the delightful children from down the delightful children from down the lane. Those monotone. You know, I still find it so weird that, canonically speaking, they're cousins. That number one and the delightful children are cousins. That is it's so weird to think about. But for real though, like, hold on 1 second.
Times of Juniper Lee came out in not DVD Jesus. Okay. The Life and Times of Juniper Lee came out in 2005. American Dragon came out in also 2005. Jake Long premiered in January of that year, and Juniper Lee premiered in May of that year. That is so weird to think about. Number one kicked his uncle in the face multiple. Yeah. Shit, actually, if you think about it, he sprayed his uncle down with a hose of ice cream one time. That is still kind of hilarious to think about now. Also, wait, I just realized that means that his cousins were trying to blackmail him with a photo of his butt. Like, what the fuck? Yo, when you really think about it, a lot of those shows was more relatable than family drama. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Like, damn. That's actually weird to think about, though, because, like, shoot, they can't do nothing about it. Wow. Man. Oh, man. But yeah, what's more, the family drama, isn't that why Encanto was so popular? Also, I really want an Encanto series. Disney Plus needs to give me an Encanto series. I'm just saying. They went around my hand. Like she literally, I had my hand like this. To lay down. I feel so unloved. But let's see. But yeah, honestly, like, oh shoot, I was actually thinking about. You know, I just remembered. I'm actually in the middle of editing a video for a Craig of the Creek video. Okay, mild spoilers. I did watch The Return of Silverfist of Craig of the Creek. Y'all, that was a very, very good episode, and y'all are gonna hear all my thoughts about it. But all I'm gonna say is representation matters. That's all I'm gonna say. I think Disney will make an Encanto series really sure. Honestly, I would love to see a Frozen one. I would absolutely love. I've seen the Frozen ones. Also, I have something to say about Frozen, but I would absolutely love an Encanto series. Like, imagine this. Imagine just like a first season of just like you going around with a different member of the family. You follow Mirabelle, she follows a different member of the family post the movie, and you like learn and see like what they do to help the community. Like, Louisa is strong, so she's likely carrying around people's stuff for them, renovating stuff, moving things. You see her like literally kick a building back in place. That is the type of stuff she does on a daily basis. But also, she has a lot of pressure on her hands. So like, maybe Mirabelle wants to help her out in some way. She wants to try and help her out physically at first, but then realizing, you know, she's not as super strong as Louisa, but she is the moral support and she is the leader. She's the one with the plan. So she tries to figure out how to help her use her strength efficiently to get this task done faster. And maybe another episode you follow Antonio. He's going around like trying to find people's stuff, or maybe find some kid that get lost in the forest. Because like, Council in the Valley is big. I imagine some kids probably get lost a few times. Maybe you get to follow around Camilo, who he spends a lot of his day transforming into other people to give him a rest, to like help with kids or things like that, and he does that. But like, I imagine when he goes home, you get to hear like a song of him singing about like being able to just be him at the end of the day. Not to mention, I feel like that would also just like feed into that non-binary genderqueerness that everyone reads off of Camilo, because everyone, anytime we see anybody that's a shapeshifter, we automatically like put them as genderqueer or trans. And while I feel like we shouldn't need to constantly do that, I feel like it also works. So yeah. And let's see, but also you can have one of like where we could talk about what was her name? What was her name? Dolores. Jesus, I was trying to remember her name. Dolores. You could have an episode where Dolores is trying to like eavesdrop on her boyfriend, or maybe well, honestly, I'm not sure how you would use her gift exactly, besides like, I don't know, helping out Antonio with like rounding up people, trying to find them. She's trying to listen out for voices and things like that. But also, like, it's already canon. Her room is soundproof. Like, so very easily, you can like explore the fact that she's like the one person in her family that doesn't like her ability, because there is plenty of times in the movie where she covers her ears during fireworks or something like that. Plus, remember what she said? She knew he never left, and she told him, if she heard Bruno every day. Hey, I imagine she probably did tell people that he was still here with us, but like they were like, oh yes. But one thing I would have, like, at the end of season 1 is you find out that Abuela might be dying, which I feel like people might have a problem with that, but also, like, part of it is, like, when she passes away, the family will need a new head of the household. So the next season would be basically Mirabelle learning to become the next head of the household. Because, like, think about it. What is the main similarity between Abuela and Mirabelle? They're the only two people in the families that don't have a gift. Like, besides Mirabelle's dad and uncle, because they married in, but Mirabelle was born into the family, and she's the only one without a gift. So I'd imagine what she really would need is, like, what that would mean is she would be the next head of the household. I see it. Low key, I just want to see the rest of the magical rooms and look at that. My parents basically getting married, having kids, except honestly, like, I wouldn't mind if they made Bruno like the gay uncle or something like that. That I don't know. Maybe, or at least bi. I don't know. If anyone one is queer in that household, like it's either Louisa or Isabella. Well, I feel like more than likely Isabella. I feel like, oh, what else can I do? It's just like, the song just sounds very queer. I love it. Is a better future? Honestly, picture of him. I feel like the only reason Antonio's door is the one that has his younger self is because shoot, what was that? I lost my train of thought. Oh, it's because he already is his best self, and that's partially because of Mirabelle. The keeper of the candle. I like the ring of that. The keeper of the candle. Let's see. Yeah. I said earlier about Frozen. The thing about that is, I got annoyed after it came out like everyone else, but like as time went on, the song "Let It Go" very much came with it to me, like very very much grew on me. And when I saw Frozen 2 and saw the Into the Unknown, that song, first I very much love that song, and also the Show Yourself song, and like, look, let us all be honest. Elsa is gay. We all know it. She most definitely is gay. Her entire arc is basically like a giant coming out story. Sorry. Yeah. But like, yes, Elsa is gay. Like, what needs to happen now is in Frozen 3, you need to give her queen. You need to give her a female love interest. And like, look, I feel like the only reason Disney doesn't do it is because somebody at the staff, somebody who wrote that film, one of the writers of that film, they are just adamant about being against that because they know Elsa is definitely not straight. Like, she's already full-on goddess now. Like, that was basically her arc, and now she needs her own love interest. She needs somebody that can know that icy heart of hers. Like, it's good. It needs to happen. Not to mention, I'm gonna be dead serious. Fuck, I lost it. I lost my other point, but seriously, she deserves. She's the first. She would definitely be queer. Oh yeah. Conceive, don't feel, don't let them know. Oh yeah. Actually, one thing I've noticed, like with a lot of like earlier Disney Channel movies, a lot of them have a lot of, especially ones with like male main characters. A lot of them deal with like are definitely like queer coded and like have like homophobic undertones. Like for instance, High School Musical. The dad is very against his son being in a musical, and he's against him even being anywhere near the drama department. Which, look, being a kid, I volunteered in a theater for 5 years. Okay, I volunteered behind the scenes. I went to art school with that experience. So, in my opinion, that's BS. But yeah, that show, that is most definitely what that's about. Because not just his dad, it's also his basketball team. How they're talking about stick to the status quo. No. Stick to the stuff you know. You know what? Let's even cut away from High School Musical. Who remembers Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off? That movie. I'm sorry. The dad in Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off is probably one of the worst dads in any movie, period, in my opinion. Especially any Disney movie. Because, he is straight up embarrassed that his son is interested in cooking. Because, what the fuck? What is that shit? The comments this man makes, how the fucking looks about it, and not to mention, the sexist comments he constantly makes. I know he's a coach, but also, the black dude next to you ain't making these comments. The black coach, he literally tells him that his old man was a seamstress. Damn. I love how the team just calls him out on all of his bullshit homophobia and just sexism. Because seriously, he's one of the worst dads. And actually another example. Jump In, starring Corbin Blue. Good movie. Really love that movie. One of the best soundtracks. Keke Palmer and Corbin Blue's chemistry is top notch. But man, bro, the homophobic undertones of that movie, god dang, literally boxer, her jump roper, and they have that Latina chick who is also in the gym, who is also in the boxing gym as well. That almost acts as a counterbalance against him, and I kind of love how they handle it and how they work through it, because essentially Corbin Blue's character is he mainly got delved in so deep into boxing after mom and dad died, and he really wanted to be there for his dad and trying to connect with him, and that's part of the reason why he became a boxer in the first place, which while he's really good at it, is kind of sad when you really think about it. It's dang. But even at the end, he comes out to support his son and his friends, and ooh, man, that's honestly one of Disney's best movies. That's honestly one of Disney's best movies, in my opinion. Man, cooking is not gendered. It's a basic skill. Everyone. Thank you, Megan. God dang. Never cared much for Frozen, not because I thought it was bad, but just because I read the original School King. Real talk. I don't know how Disney constantly wants to talk about canceling a lot of these animated properties that it makes, and how certain shit doesn't fit the Disney brand, but the Disney brand is literally built on stealing other stories, Pinocchio and Snow White and the Seven Dwarves and Sleeping Beauty, the fucking Lion King. Besides the fact that it's just Hamlet with lions, it's based off of another show or another movie, which I can't remember. I think it was Kimba and the White Lion, And how do these motherfuckers still get away with this? I don't know. I really don't know. It's so weird to me. It's so weird. What do you mean? What do you mean, kick out?
Did a reverse? Did an Uno reverse me? Sorry. I'm actually out of water.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna fill up my bottle real quick, get some more water. Alright. Thanks for sticking around, Megan and Geek. Yeah, I'll be right back and just getting some water. thing is, the Snow Queen was never really a villain. She was more of a plot device thing. And even a main character. Really? Half the story of the Snow Queen was off doing something else while the main characters were breaking into her past. You know, wow. Wow. By villain, I mean, she's the villain of the original story. He wrote her to be like an even Mother Queen archetype. Originally, but she wasn't really the active character in the story. Really? She killed children of course at once, and the one girl go on a journey to Snow Queen. You know, by the way that you two were talking about this, it feels like that Disney probably took the two stories and mixed them. That's what it sounds like. Like, honestly, it's kind of similar to what the MCU currently does with a lot of its movies, mixing like different stories and stuff like that. So, like, probably that's probably what this is the case of, honestly. But real talk though, like Disney made its empire from like basically adapting other stories and then giving them an original twist. But thinking about it now, like the fact that Disney like essentially built its empire from like adapting stories, and now like essentially Disneyfying something is like making it cutesy and family friendly, but like wasn't it Walt Disney who said, if you aim for kids, you're dead? After all, adults are just kids grown up anyway, which I would argue adults are just kids with bank accounts, which is more accurate. Well, that's not right. In the one I read, the Snow Queen had a magic mirror that broke and the shards got embedded in people's eyes, making them evil. And oh, yeah, they definitely mixed a bunch of versions. Wow, there's no way Disney would let that go. Wow. Okay. But seriously though, like, they need to, I feel like they need to, Disney, the company as a whole needs to, like, get out of this mindset of animation being for children, because I'm really getting sick and tired of it, because, like, that mindset's hurting animation as a whole. Like, again, that streaming service, like, if the streaming service did exist, you know what I would call it? Animatics. Animatic. That's what it'd be. Let me like type it in. Animated streaming service. Like, that's what it'd be. It would be perfect. That would be perfect. Because, like, imagine, like, all of the cartoons you watched when you were a kid. Even like the original Scooby-Doo and the Hanna-Barbera. Like, imagine a place where all that stuff, all that animated content could be. Like, you know, Disney probably wouldn't put any of its stuff on there, because, like, they literally have enough that they made their own streaming service. So, like, but like you have Cartoon Network with this extensive collection that I argue could easily rival Disney. But not only that, you like when like after maybe like a year, you gauge like what people are watching, and you pull what Disney pulled with Louder and Prouder. They noticed people were watching that show about like they would notice that they were watching the Proud Family a lot, and I was one of those people. But like people, and like like they would easily take all that data and they would know like Galactic Kids Next Door would probably get greenlit if this was a thing. But also, actually, speaking about Louder and Prouder, like I know a lot of people were wondering like why Michael was in the main cast, and like I thought there was like apparently one episode there's a few episodes apparently I missed, but there was one episode in particular where of the Proud Family called Who You Callin' a Sissy, where it's centered around Michael, who is always the very clearly queer-coded character. But like that was the first episode where they actually like tackled the subject without saying it directly, because early 2000s and anyway, but like I remember the first when I saw the opening to that one, and like the one of the people when he says this line, like when he's walking off and he's like, man, I can't believe we lost to a sissy. Like there's a hard ass record scratch, and like everybody turns and says it, like the way everybody looked, you would have thought that he said the F word. Like damn, like whoa, shit got real serious real fast, man. And like going through and watching that episode, like I was kind of like mad that I didn't see it as a kid. Like goddamn, that probably would have explained a lot of shit growing up and saved me a lot of trouble. I'm gonna be dead serious, but overall, like knowing the fact that the Proud Family really did that, like it's the Proud Family and it's Static Shock. Why is it black cartoons in particular gave good queer representation? I didn't realize that black cartoons were really good at like giving some actually good queer representation. Like it obviously wasn't that much, clearly, but even then, like the fact that it had it's that line from Milo Murphy's Law, like if I had a nickel for every black cartoon that had a gay character in their cast, that as at a time where queerness wasn't front and center, and they handled it well, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Like, damn, man. It's like, you saw that episode? Man, like, holy shit. Like, honestly, after I watched that episode, I didn't think I could love that show more than I already did, and I was very wrong. Like, goddamn. That was just great. That was just awesome, man. Like, fuck. I absolutely love it. Like, if this whole streaming service was, man, for real though, like, if there was a streaming service that, like, specifically catered to, like, animated content, we'd be able to, like, get more shows like Q-Force and Dead End Paranormal Park, and, like,
again, like even Super Drags, like even looking back on it now, like I was one of the people that banned Super Drags, but like honestly, it's a very stylized. It's like a very stylized drag version of Powerpuff Girls, more or less. Like that's what it is. Isn't that is like actually? Has anyone have you Megan or Geek Out? Have either of y'all heard of a webtoon called Boyfriends? I still don't like Oscar Wilde. He's not a good guy. Yeah, I fully agree. I watched the Proud Family Louder and Prouder, and like the first 2 episodes, Oscar pissed me the fuck off. Like first when he goes to her school, and because he's mad that she hit puberty, he's trying to hide her from the world. He's like, I can't have feelings, boys. Look at her. He's like a girl. Like the look on his face, you knew what he wanted to actually say, and that it exemplifies this thing I think about a lot, where those people that those men that say they didn't become a feminist until they had a daughter. Like it gave me that kind of energy. It's like, you're a feminist, really? Now, after you have a daughter, even though you had a wife for how long? For one, and for two, you're not a feminist. You're just projecting on all these teenage boys around because you remember how stupid you were as a teenager. That's what you're doing. Like, I always hate that trope. I have always found it uncomfortable, that trope of a dad when he has a daughter and their boyfriend's visiting for the first time and he shows up with a shotgun. Like, that is somebody's child. What is wrong with you? Let's see. Agreed. Cartoons should be considered more serious medium. Yes, absolutely. Hey, man. Like, for real. Jeez, like animated media is harder to work on than live action, in my opinion. Like, yes, there's a lot of things you gotta figure out for live action, but even then, that's still like part of that is animation. A lot of the MCU is CG computer animation. They have like 4.5 miles of New York City just sitting. The executives at Marvel, the people that do the VFX, they have like 4.5 square miles of New York City just sitting on a computer for them to use anytime they need to do a scene. For like, if you have like Spider-Man swinging through the city or something like that, that's what they use for it. And while it's actually really cool that they have that, like, that it kind of proves my point. See, I love Boyfriends. It's my favorite cartoon right now. Yes, like I heard a lot of shit about it, and like people were comparing it to Q-Force, and I was like, anytime I heard about it, like that. Let me actually read this for myself. And like when I was getting into it, like, yeah, okay, so the characters don't have first names as far as actually I think they say it. I don't know. I need to reread through some of that. I kind of just started it, but like, yeah, the characters are literally nerd, jock, goth, prep. So what? They're what? But like the fact that people call them stereotypes, I feel like this is because people don't understand the nuance of a stereotype, because they're not stereotypes. They're archetypes. They're names. Like, there's a difference. Like, you ever tell me, Megan and Geek Out, have both y'all seen the movie The Breakfast Club? I'm gonna let this catch up.
shoot, I need to turn down the delay on this because, like, wow, this is really bad. I need to check the settings next time I do a stream. Okay, so, like, the main characters in the Breakfast Club, they're almost one for one like they are in The Boyfriends. Like, you have your prep character, you have your jock character, you have your god character, you have your nerd character. Like, the only character you don't have is the burnout, which arguably the god also feels that. But, like, oh, hey Tim, what's up? Yeah, but like, you have each one of them that represents a certain archetype and a certain nerdiness, but like, as the movie goes on, you find out more and more depth of each character, and it works the exact same way with both Q-Force and Boyfriends, especially in Boyfriends. Because like, the things about it is that you should think about, like, each of them, like, while they are a certain archetype, they kind of break a lot of the stereotypes, because that nerd is the biggest fucking flirt. That goth character is the most put together character. The sports character, he gets the most easily flustered out of all of them, and the prep character, god damn, that dude is oblivious. Oh my god, that dude is fucking oblivious. Like, goddamn. But not to mention, like, I feel like they're mad because, like, the show, like, it talks about them, like, having sex and their relationship, and like, and yeah, they talk about, like, they fucked before, or the prep and the goth, but it's like, guys, they're well-rounded individuals who have lives. What exactly is your problem here? Like people, like when I say people don't understand them, and also when I say people don't understand, like, the nuance of a stereotype, what I mean is people don't understand, like, the only reason the stereotype itself exists is because people like that exist. Like, half the stereotypes about gay people pertain specifically to gay men. It needs to be medically trans, and it's just great. I knew it, so he is trans. I could have sworn when I first saw him the first time he was wearing a binder, but like, each of them, but like, fuck, what was I saying? Oh, yes, but like, but yes, half the stereotypes about gay people are specifically about gay men, like, about being feminine, about like the limp hand, which, like, I do this gesture sometimes too, so what? Like, it's a natural gesture. I don't, like, what exactly is wrong with that? That men is, yes, a lot of it specifically, like, a lot of gay men do that a lot of the time, so femme gay men exist. Like, I feel like more than anything, like, it's a problem with femme gay men specifically, because it's such bullshit, in my opinion. It's such bullshit. Like, it's the reason why a lot of people who say they don't like Q-Force constantly point at Twink and say Twink and talking about, like, stereotypes and BS like that. And, like, yo, Twink, yes, Twink is very flamboyant, but he's not a full stereotype. Like, he just looks good. He's very feminine, but also he's a good friend. He's very funny. He's very much a flirt. He's got a lot of daddy issues that are very clear from all that surface shit. Seriously, I'm mad as fuck that I don't get a season 2, because I want to know what else about this shit, because, like, I constantly compare Twink to Dick Grayson and Peter Parker, because, like, he is essentially Dick Grayson with Peter Parker's personality, more or less. Yes. Like, he's Dick Grayson. He's got Dick Grayson's charm and kind of his hairstyle, and Peter Parker's personality and quippiness. Like I am very, like for real, it's great. Also, Prep is the only actual gay one. Jock is bi, Nerd is pan. Nerd is pan? I love it. I'm pan. Let's go. So, wait, so that means, so we got the G, the B, and a P, and a T. So we got a bunch of bits of the, actually, Megan, you bringing that up actually just brought up a point that I feel like really needs to be talked about more. The fact that anytime people see a sapphic couple or a male couple, the word I looked up recently what the like equivalent of like the gay male equivalent of sapphic is, and apparently it's Achillean. So like when anyone sees a sapphic or an Achillean couple, they automatically just think that they're both gay, even though sexuality is a spectrum. Bisexual and pansexual people exist, and they immediately default to just saying gay or hey instead. Hey, like it's part of why people talk about like saying Q force is just L and B force, even though a lot of the people that say that completely miss the fact that Stat is trans. And also, I'm pretty sure Stat's asexual because sexual. But seriously, though, like even clearly, I had that problem because like I thought each one of them was gay. Was just gay specifically. I figured I figured they were queers. So I always, anytime someone shows interest in the same sex, I automatically default to queer instead of gay. I at least try to because it's less assuming that way. See, we heard in a podcast interview with the Q Force creator that most big millionaires did not care for Twink, but did not mind John because as they were very skittish, feminine, gay women representation. John. Who is John? Wait, who? John who? I am trying to remember who's John. But yeah, people are very skittish. Like I remember that. I actually brought this up in my Q-Force video. Like that person that was reading on, Tizzy. They were reading off of the quote for me. Shout out to Tizzy. They're cool. But Steve, you're not wrong. Very common name. But yeah, like Steve, and like seriously, like that's the thing too. Who actually, like people say like Steve is better representation than Twink, but like they're just two different gay people. Like they are literally two different types of gay men. So because of the fact that when people think about feminine gay man, all they think about is any stereotypical joke they saw or heard from sometime earlier in their life because of the fucking 90s and the 2000s and their edgy bullshit. It's just like also, I feel like Vine is partially to blame in this as well. Like, honestly, Vine is the reason why social media is a lot less social and a lot more media, in my opinion. But for real though, like it's. Sorry, just messing up on my candy. But like, they want to talk about Twink, but like, Twink is a very fun and very cool character and very fun character. Plus, he's young. Yeah, like Twink is a very fun character. He's a young feminine male character, and like that's what I really like about him. He's 110% himself at all times. He doesn't cut it down for anybody. He's really cool. And plus, like him and Butt's dynamic, like the fact that those two butt heads so much and yet got closer and closer as the series went on. Like, not to mention like. I was talking with somebody Megan, I really wish they were able to see more Buck figure himself out. The journey to finding out being LGBT isn't talked about enough. Most happens when people come out. That is very true. We need to see more journey stories. Yes, actually, you know, I understand why people hated how it was revealed that Iceman was gay in the comics, because Bendis really shouldn't have had Jean read her mind. But then again, I think about that moment and like Jean was doing a very teenage thing, and she invading people's thoughts, and like she kind of didn't know any better because she was a dumb teenager. Not saying it's okay, but still, like, she knows it was wrong. But like, I read that Iceman series recently, and it's very fun. It's very fun and it's very cool. I did not mean that as a pun, but it is very fun and it is very cool in my opinion. So like having Bobby now as a full-grown adult, having to figure out these feelings, and especially considering it didn't even get to happen on his terms because he pushed them down so far. Like, a lot of people call it a retcon, but like there were a lot of people. There were many more people who already figured he was gay, and like really they just took the subtext that was there and just made it the text. They're just mad that it's canon now. Like, a lot of people miss the days where you could just hide stuff like that in subtext and they didn't have to acknowledge it. They could just ignore it if they wanted to. And I'm sorry, too late. We're back. We're here. But here, especially in real life, like we know the stories who we are as teens. We don't all know who we are as teens. And yeah, you're right, we don't. I didn't. Yes. Like, honestly speaking, I wonder when Mary exactly came out or figured out he was gay, because we don't get a season 2, we don't even get to figure out how he figured it out. Like, you know, actually, if we did get a season 2, like, I had an idea of, like, I wrote out on Reddit an idea of like how Buck would fall for Twink. And hold on, let me pull it up actually. Also, there I remember this funny tweet someone put out saying it looks like Steve Rogers and Steve Merriweather got the same suit from let me see if I can get that. Hold on. Yeah, how they essentially got the same suit apparently from the same person. And like, I thought about it because like, and Steve, and I thought about this headcanon of like Steve Merriweather. He actually joined the AIA because he was a fan of Captain America as a kid, and because they had the same name. Because like, think about it, Steve is basically gay Captain America. He is very much just gay Captain America. But sorry, I lost it. Here it is. But yes, I wrote out a thing of like how Buck would fall for Twink, and like, oh wait, what's that, Megan? I remember Mary said he danced with girls in high school to keep him from having sex with them. So I think that's fair. That is a fair point. That's a fair point. I wonder what he was like in high school. Ooh, I imagine, there probably would be I would love to see an episode where I would have loved to see an episode where Mary has to go to a high school reunion. Like, wow, that would be actually really funny. But like, I wrote out a thing saying like how Buck falls for Twink. Like, hypothetically, if there was a season two, it would start with like Twink tagging along with Buck to see what he does in his free time, since technically they are married still and their marriage hasn't been annulled. But also because after the whole thing with the princess and their date they had, Twink wants to make sure Buck is just okay. And Buck appreciates it, but he doesn't say it out loud. But while they're out, they go by the AA Central Command, where they run across some of Beck's friends / co-workers, and they're wondering what he's doing with Twink. And Buck plays it off like he's just doing something with Chumley. He's just making him show him around. And while Buck's friends start trying to harass Twink, making jokes and shit about it, only for Twink to roast them all from head to toe. Because Twink is most definitely the kind of person who would easily rip them apart with words if he given the chance. I could easily see it. And then like one of them saying something along the lines of "suck my dick, queer," and then Twink just replying, honey, please, I ain't never been that desperate." Or actually, there's a line someone wrote down here, like, "Honey, I ain't never been that desperate, and you will never be so lucky." Because the one thing I love about Twink, again, he is unapologetic. He is unapologetically queer. He is 110% himself, and he ain't gonna give a fuck what these idiots have to say. Hey, they meet him. Any energy they come at him with, he comes back at them with. Because these idiots, they decide one of them tries to grab him and hold him still while they all decide to jump him. But Sebastian, he uses his jelly bones and his flexibility to get out of it, and proceeds to kick all of their asses, flipping around and beating them down in ways that you would only see from like Dick Grayson, Nightwing. Not only that, I imagine like a moment where he pops into the splits and punches at least two people in the dick at the same time, like he's Johnny Cage. Like I can totally see that moment. But I want to draw that moment now. I'm probably gonna draw that moment, but I'll probably put it up in the community tab. But like, that would be so funny. It would be so funny. But essentially, like, while this is happening, Buck is standing off on the sidelines, just watching this with his jaw dropped, as Twink knocks all of them out and just flying grays, before he walks back over to Huck, who is very clearly turned on, as indicated when they both look down. That's all it takes. But then, like, essentially, Twink, he leaves and walks away, because he has a show to do tonight, and Buck, he is left with some very confusing feelings. Buck is essentially left with some very confusing feelings, and it is perfectly gold. Like, essentially an act of hypermasculinity, like similar to like what you would see when a man like watches a woman beat, like when a man and a woman have a sexy fight, or something like when a man watches a woman just take out multiple people in a big brawl fight scene or something like that. Despite Mary being the main character, he's probably the least developed character-wise. I wouldn't say he's the least developed. I'd just say he's probably the one who breaks his habits the last, more than anything, because like I said, anytime I was watching it, like, he essentially put his life on hold for a job that never gave him an opportunity, and like it turned him into a huge workaholic, because he dedicated his life to this company. He dedicated his life to the AIA and to the service of this, and all he ever wanted to do was do his job, and that turned him into a huge ass workaholic, even when he literally didn't have work to do. And as the show goes on, you kind of see like that flaw in that veneer crack. Like, I remember in the Secretary's Ball episode, like when he's trying so hard to be accepted. You know what he is? Mary was being a pick-me gay. That's what he is. He's going from the journey of a pick-me gay to an unapologetic gay. He's trying to be accepted by the straights and the masses, but then he's trying to be accepted by the straights and the masses, but then he finally the more he learns and the more he thinks about a lot of the shit that they're dealing with, like he becomes less and less enthused with the AIA. He becomes less and less brainwashed from the AIA, to the point where he gets to the point where he's fine with them blowing the shit up, and even letting Luis the Desk like temporarily mess with Dirk's mind, because he was so like I read like the relationship between Mary and Buck, like they're brothers, and Chun-Li is basically their dad, who is proud of me, who is definitely not proud of Mary because Mary's gay, and then definitely angry at Buck for not getting Mary and his merry men in line, and it's very interesting when you read it that way. Buck is attracted to Twink being assertive and confident in himself, where Buck just wants to please leadership and prove himself to be macho. Exactly. Exactly. Yes. Like seriously. Like for real. You know, like this is why I say like I feel like Buck is pansexual because he's attracted to like feminine features and feminine features and masculine qualities and like a mix of both of those traits, and like if anybody embodies that, it's Twink. Cause like the way he acted like on his date with Twink when he was still Mira, like how they went to other places and like notice how like Twink he cleared those bones for the wings, and plus he was really good in the batting cages, like he'd been there a lot of times himself, probably to blow off some steam. I wouldn't be surprised. Like it would be interesting. Like and also let's also just acknowledge probably the biggest ship in the entire show is the gayest guy and the straightest guy. Like, wow. Buck is also severely emotionally stunted because he is not in foster care. He is seeking someone who can be himself without fears. That is absolutely true. See, that is absolutely true. It's true. Like Buck, like one thing that I noticed in the first episode, Buck sent Mary a video message specifically to brag to him, talking about who's head of the class, who's really head of the class now, and it's like you can clearly see Buck ascribes a lot of his self-worth to trying to say he's better than Mary, even though he knows it's not true. Like the only reason Buck was valedictorian, was named valedictorian, was because Mary was disqualified. They disqualified him for being gay. But like, yes, the only reason Buck even got named valedictorian in the first place is because they disqualified the valedictorian for homophobic reasons. So, like, you can't really say, like Buck is trying his hardest to try and be head of the class and show that he's better than Mary, but like time and time again Mary shows him up because like yeah, he might have gotten disqualified from the valedictorianship, but like he knew what he was doing. He was head of the class for a reason. So like so yeah. But yeah, like I really feel that and not only that, like if we want to really talk about like the most put together characters in the entire show, that is very easily Deb. Like Deb is the most put together of all of them. She's the only one of them who is not only in a relationship but married, happily married, and like her and Pam, they are what I imagine Luce and Amity would be when they get older. Like that is what I imagine them to be. Like these two absurdly skilled individuals who are very, very good at what they do. But also care a lot for each other. They communicate. They are just a great couple. Like not to mention like Deb makes it very clear a lot of times she will drop this relationship for her relationship with her wife. And like, it's just, it's just something that's really, really cool. Holy shit. I just realized Morgan is still. I'm just gonna slide in and say hi again. God. Has Been Hotel for the first time, and god damn, that show is so cool. Oh my god, that show is so funny. It's gonna be so great. Of course not. Oh, of course. Oh man, Morgan's going off about like how people try and justify stupid shit from the Bible. Man, oh man, I love it. Oh, you have to head out, geek. Good to see. Well, nice seeing you, man. Yes, it was fun having a good conversation. See you later. Oh yeah. Have a good night. Dang, it is almost like 1 a.m. and I'm just enjoying doing this. Megan. Let's see, I like that Buck isn't really homophobic himself. He just like Mary because he came before he came out, and most of his annoyance with Tweak is because he's so dramatic. It's like, yeah, that is true. Like, he doesn't really hate any of them for being queer at all. He's just he's more just mad that he has to be here, or at least thinks because he really thinks that he's just better than all the people here. But reality is like again, as I was saying earlier, Deb is probably the most absurdly skilled person here, the most competent person. Like, listen. Plus, one thing to notice, like, Buck is, throughout that first season, Buck really wants to seduce a guy. Cause, like, look in episode 3, he tries to seduce Ennis, and almost gets cancer in the process. Yes, he goes to the Bay of Pigs party and is very excited to just shove his dick in the face of a bunch of gay men. There's also the episode after that where when Cheston Barkley walks up to him saying, I'm not taking you, I'm kidnapping you. And it's like kidnapping you, but like beforehand he tells Cheston he's not gay, but he does love attention. And it's like, that sounds like a very pansexual thing to say to me. I don't know. Sex for Buck, his body is just another tool for his job. Sex doesn't mean much to him. honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if, like, maybe on at least one of Buck's missions, he was pegged. I wouldn't be surprised if it was on that mission in Thailand. Yeah. 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 But also, like I was talking about with Deb earlier, like, I really think, like, Deb is probably the most put together character in the whole show, because she is very, very down for everything. Like, she being a black gay woman, she is triple marginalized. She's very well aware of shit, and she is honestly, like, fully cool and on the go and ready to do a lot of things. But also, like, I feel like she's the real leader. She really is the real leader, because she is the mama bear of the pack. I honestly would love it if we did get a season 2. I would honestly love it if Pam joined Q-Force. Like, if Pam joined the AIA and they became, like, a power couple. Something like, Deb's name is a reference to the movie Debs. That movie, that Charlie's Angels parody, like, spoof movie where the main villain and one of the main heroes fall in love in a lesbian relationship. So, like, that would be dope. Who wouldn't want to be friends with them? It's like, only a fool would not want to be friends with Wanda Sykes. Like, I also loved her voice acting in Harley Quinn playing the Queen of Fables. Like, she was hilarious there. What did I tell you? You always destroy the bloodline. The motherfucking bloodline. Man, like, seriously, I could see, like, Deb and Pam just, like, excelling more than excelling in the field. And, like, I can also probably imagine an episode where well, honestly, I feel like Mary's relationship with Benji would go away in season 2, because, like, I don't know if Benji could really handle being in that relationship with Mary after the lying, his best friend dying, and him dumping him at said dead best friend's funeral and not explaining why. And, like, I don't, even if he tells him, like, he'll tell him everything again, I don't know if he'll completely be cool with it though. There's this one artist on Twitter that did make some, like, fan comics of Mary and Benji. They like, on a date and things like that. It's very cute. It's very, very cute, and I love it. I very much love it. So, like, maybe it could work, but also I can't help but feel like Benji might get killed at some point. Like they already kidnapped Deb's wife to try and get to her. Who says the villain won't try and kidnap Benji to try and get to Mary? But also, like, because of the fact that this show is a very queer show that very much does not deny the intersectionality, because, again, that literally said, hey, try being a black woman for 5 seconds, and it was, like, they don't shy away from, like, people having multiple identities at all. And, like, I know people are mad that they didn't make it more clear that Scott was trans, even though it was very, very, very clear that she was trans. And, like, I feel like their main problem is that she just didn't say it out loud. But if we did have a season 2, we'd get a storyline about Stat being trans, and like, I wouldn't be surprised if like when she was first thrown in prison, she was. I feel like maybe her first offense might have been like hacking in because probably like changing her birth certificate or something like that. I would love to see that. Like, it would be that like it would make sense if he was like if she hacked into a database to try and change her name and her birth certificate and things like that. That when trying to transition, because they denied her access to doing it because bullshit homophobia and queerphobia. Like, a show that tackles institutionalized homophobia that is also very lighthearted. I love it. I love it for that reason. And like I actually remember like somebody brought up like what if Stat was possibly thrown into a male prison, thrown into a prison with men, which is a very common thing that happens. But like I feel like we would need to show that, probably just have like her probably having a dream where she's imprisoned again, and like Mary probably got her out of there because he found out about like this really dope hacker, and like we see that they meet after Stat walks out of the prison and she meets Mary for the first time. And I'd imagine it's probably like maybe, I don't know, a few months beforehand, and she doesn't really care for his energy because she's goth as fuck. She's goth as fuck. Like, you could easily put Stat up there with Raven and Sam and all these other goth girls. Oh shit! You know another goth we didn't name? Gwen from Total Drama Island. But like, you put her in there with the rest of the goths, and it would make sense. So she's just like, I would imagine it would be like that. But like, because and maybe like I don't know, maybe because Mary gets Stat's profile, he knows a lot about her, and she's probably mad about it at first. But also she notices that he keeps calling her Stat. And like, that's what it says in your file. And she probably says something like, you know that I changed this, right? And I'm like, yeah, but it's what you want to be called, right? So she at least stays around because he affirms because he affirms her identity and respects her pronouns and respects her. Like, she doesn't really need anything else like that. Hey there, KRS Studio, what's up? Yeah, sorry about the delay and the lag. It's like 15 seconds behind. I can't change it midstream, unfortunately. I would like to see Stat and Twink interact more. Yes, I love. They are a best friend duo. If I had ever seen one, they are an absolute best friend duo, and I love it, man. What's up? I have like thought about Q Force a lot, and I really love that show. I'll be honest, I've kind of gone out of my way to just promote this show and get more people to watch it. Like whether it be like them watching my videos or just watching the show in general. And it's just like I really want to see more people give this show a chance. Like I very much would love to see like Elijah and Morgan and like many other reactors to just watch this show. Because like I feel like we very much need, like when we're talking about representation mattering, we talk about like specifically kids a lot, but I think we forget about the teenagers and the young adults, because like despite the fact that like 20 something year olds are like the main people that watching these shows, we don't have like a lot of characters that represent us people our age, young adults. And that's why I like Stat and Twink a lot as well, because their age and shit, and it's because like Stat and Twink, Stat is canonically at least 25 years old from what we've heard from Jacqueline, and Twink is clearly in his 20s, and I would very much say that like those are two. Very much. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I would very much say that they are like the ones that represent like the younger millennial generation, and that's really cool to me because like they are more proud than the previous generation. That's what I really feel like, because like often I feel like people romanticize the struggle too much, because they look at younger queer people and like, you don't know what that pain was like having to go through. And it's like, how are you more valid just because of your pain? Isn't all that pain that you suffered so younger queer people like them wouldn't need to? Like, hell, that's what Q Force was about. That is part of what Q Force was about. How Mary talking about he's not going to turn away the generations, turn a blind eye to the generations of people that Grayscale fucked over. Like, no. Like, for real though. Like, that's what the show is about, and like, people don't think about that enough. Yeah, sorry, I had to check something real quick, but yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought before. Okay, there we go. I also like how Stat occasionally called Mary Dad in some way. I wish That is true. Chaos Dad. I love it. of it. Even the daddy wants to be a fan baby or something along those lines. Like, yes, they very clearly like that. Plus, like, even when he comes in and says and like ask her what she's watching when she was watching Cobblestones for the first time, he's like, I'll never understand the stuff you like, Dad. Like, I don't even think like Mary's trying to be the cool dad, but I don't think he realizes how old he actually is. Like, it didn't even really hit him that a decade of his life had passed, and it really shows like how out of date he kind of is. Like, I know people that talk about the show like saying like many of the references in the show are dated or something like that, but like part of that is because a lot of adult audience, this is a show for an adult audience for one, so many of the references are usually going to be things that adults will likely get but or like people that were watching like certain pieces of media and certain things. So like to have really, if anything, I feel like that kind of adds to the plot because like not only does it show like how out of touch Mary kind of is, because he already admittedly has been out of touch with the community around him for a long time, but also like it really shows like the eccentricness of Stat, because like she's into like really weird shit that other people have never heard of or don't know that much about. She constantly wears like all black and she clothes that will like that kind of deform her body to a degree. Not to mention like she always says things like how she likes the angel because sometimes she wants to be a fleck of light instead of stuck here in meat space, or how she wishes her eyes were all black like a demon, or a lot of other, or like how she taught the printer how to feel, and like the fact that she dated an AI demon, like all these things very clearly indicating she's trans, and I love it. A lot of people miss it. It's weird. God, this turned into me talking about Q-Force a lot. Wow. Though I do love the show a lot, but it's really good. I was like, I can keep talking. I'm gonna be here for a while. Wow. And shoot. Let me see. Sorry, I was just popping it over to Morgan's stream just to see what she's up to. Yeah, I didn't know that she would be streaming tonight. Then again, she kind of randomly streams in the middle of the night a lot. I've never really been able to catch it, so like. Real quick, hold on 1 second. I'm going to like. Come on. that's better. Something to just adjust the light up a little bit, give my partner some a little bit more time, a little bit darker place to sleep. So, but yeah, man. Like, I know there's only 2 or 3 people talking here, but the fact that anybody's listening at all is kind of nice. Like even just like streaming here with like 2 people to hang out with, you realize how many people have just like a few people to hang out with is nice. But like, I just remembered another goth girl video from Beetlejuice. I actually didn't. Wow. I think my cat is trying to kick me out of my chair. But, what was I saying? Yes, how, I know how, also Wednesday Addams. That is true, Wednesday Addams most definitely is a goth girl. Shoot, how many other goth girls are there? But, like, how many other goth girls? How many other goth girls? I want her. So, like, there's Gwen, there's Wednesday, there's Lydia, there's the chick from Growing Up Creepy, there's Sam, let's see, there's Ophelia, there was a lot of goth girls. There was Raven, obviously, and Jinx. Technically speaking, I think, does Jinx count? I mean, aesthetically, I'd say so, yeah. But, oh well. And then what else would it be? But hey, there's a lot of goth girls. A lot of goth girls that just gave a lot of people an awakening as a kid. May from Avatar: The Last Airbender. The one that's always throwing the knives and shit. Zuko's moody girlfriend. Well, just as I said it, so you just put that in there. Oh, and while we're on the topic of Avatar, Legend of Korra, Korra's cousins, those 2, the siblings, I can't remember their names, but those 2, the one of them that tried to marry Bolin, still messed up. But I don't think I can think of any more goth girls. Like, let's be honest though, Like we all love a good goth girl. We all love. You know what? Let's be honest. That's why a lot of people were first attracted to Amity in the first place. Let us be quite honest. Like, besides the fact that everyone loves an angsty white girl, that is the main reason so many people were attracted to Amity when they first saw her. Like, her first appearance on screen was her being a bully to Willow, and people were immediately trying to ship her with Luce, and like, you know, I just realized, does Darla count as a goth girl? I mean, she's not really goth. She's more just cynical. I don't know, maybe. Not wrong. Like, they are more interesting when you really think about it, because it is funny that happens. Like, I feel like more than anything, like, the goth characters, I guess you could say they're more aware of just how messed up the world is to a degree, and like, they make it clear how much how they feel about it a lot of the time, and it's very much a thing that I think that I feel like tends to just like keep going with them. Darla might not be goth, but Jane most definitely is. Oh yes, most definitely. You know what? Actually, you know what? That's a cartoon I'd love to see it get a reboot. Actually, I remember there is a. I'm pretty sure there's like a live action trailer that somebody did of a live action Darla versus like a 10-year family reunion or a 10-year high school reunion, and Darla's played by Aubrey Plaza from Parks and Rec, and she honestly, like, she was made for that part. She was absolutely made for that part. Like, hands down, Aubrey Plaza is perfect to play that. Like, without a doubt. I was just thinking about something like that, because it's just like, man, you know, it's really interesting. It's really interesting how we all really, really love the angsty boy. You know what? I feel like a lot of the goth girls that we see kind of led to a lot of boys' obsessions with the manic pixie dream girls, and like it's really just like I don't know. I feel like it might have led into that, because like it led to a lot of guys thinking that they deserve, a lot of them dudes that just act like Scott Pilgrim. Like I get, like, I love the film Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. It's really good. Edgar Wright did a fantastic job with it. But also, like, Scott Pilgrim is kind of a douche. Scott Pilgrim kind of sucks. I'm gonna be dead serious about it. Like, Scott Pilgrim, he's not a good person. Like, he's absolutely not a good person. Let's be honest. Like, that dude has so many problems, and like, getting a girl isn't one of them. It's growing the fuck up.
Like, remember, he was dating us. I'm pretty sure he was dating a high schooler in that movie. Oh God, I hate it. I don't like it. I just don't like it. But yeah. I wonder, do I have a big clamp here? I'm trying to see if I have like a big clamp or something. I don't have one, unfortunately. So, like, back right here. So, more than anything, I think it's a less thing. I think I might go ahead and get off now, cause it is 1:20 in the morning, and you know what? I actually want to just hop over into Morgan's stream and just see what's up with that. Oh, Flowers, that's another Ramona Flowers. Shit, you're right. But man, yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and sign off now. So I will see you later. Bye, Megan, because I'm pretty sure I might be the only person left. But hey, I'll see you later. This was fun, and I think I'll do another one. I don't know. I might stream. I might stream again tomorrow. Probably like sometime in the afternoon or something. But yeah. Other than that, yeah. Like, have a good night. It is 2 in the morning, almost down. Have a good night. Goodbye.